Hello, hello, and welcome, fellow adventurers, to Xanadu Next. The legendary Dragon Slayer, a sword forged in the glorious Xanadu kingdom, at the height of its prosperity, designed to slay the great king dragon Galces, was hitherto deemed unstoppable. Yet when the dust settled from the great battle, the kingdom was simply gone without a trace. That is what the game opens up with before starting a new game. However, our journey opens with: I speak of a time when I traveled with an irritating individual, an awkward man devoid of all social graces. But though these feelings are the first that ever came to me, my mind always returns to the word he spoke in his later years. There is no path to follow that would serve me better. Thus I walk that path, and I do not waver. As I reminisce here, I find it all rather embarrassing, for I had judged the man unfairly, never truly understanding him. Excerpt from The Last Night by Charlotte L. Wells. Chapter 1: A Lost Night. We are traveling by boat through a deep fog. There is Cha, our scholar companion, who will be studying at the Royal Academy, the boatman, and ourselves, the nameless knight of the North Sea, Chevaliers. And while it's called Lake Orkwell, it is more akin to an ocean. Our destination is Halech or Halek Island, where Cha intends to study archaeology, and it's a good place to do so, since while the island might be small, there are ancient ruins everywhere. Cha and the knight are from the same orphanage. There seemed to be a war of the knights a short while ago, And that's one of the main reasons why knights are rare nowadays, and in some parts are actively hunted down. This seems to also be the reason why the nameless knight has become crestfallen, and why Cha took him along in the hopes of reigniting his spirit. In the distance, we get a glimpse of the main reason why Cha chose this destination, Lake Orwell's famous castle, Strange Rock. Arriving in Harlech village, we get some more lore from Charlotte's book. 3 years had passed since the War of the Knights, and with that struggle, the man whom I had loved as my brother back at the orphanage had suddenly lost his honor and his way. He was adrift. I could not bear to see my brother in such a state, and so I invited him to join me on this expedition. Looking back, it truly was the first step on an adventure. Neither of us had any inkling of the tribulations to come. Checking into the inn and talking to the townsfolk, we learn a couple of things. A man was killed in the outskirts of the town. The freight is busted, which isn't really story relevant but more so gameplay, since the world of Xanadu Next is interconnected. Guardians exist, which are like spirits that can bond with humans, granting them specific strength. Usually this makes up for a weakness or amplifies something you already have. However, once a bond is formed, it can't be broken until death. We aren't the only newcomer in town, and that the priestess has the key to the ruins, so let's head there and go for our first outing. Real quick editing me here, basically. I just saw that at this part of the video, there's a lot of empty room where I don't speak. I just wanted to show a little bit of the game, you know, let the tutorials play out, show the first tutorial dungeon, and after that there'll be more talking, explaining, stuff like that. But yeah, just so you're wondering, it's gonna be like about 10 minutes, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more, of just cozy gameplay tutorial stuff on the screen. So if you want to skip ahead, feel free to skip ahead. After picking up the crown of Zagreus and Tabula Aries, we get intercepted by a swordsman, who demands from us to hand over the crown. After rejecting, he draws his sword, gives us his name, Dvorak, and a battle ensues. While we fight, he praises us for our combat skills, but it's not enough, and we fall in battle. All is not lost, however, since the priestess is able to heal us just barely, and she explains if we bond with a spirit, we may be able to continue our adventure, otherwise, we'll barely be able to function as a civilian. Lise, the priestess, also adds that since we are technically in between life and death, we might be able to change or swap between spirits, which is usually not the case, as mentioned before. The legendary sword apparently is infused with a light as bright as 1,000 torches, hosting an incredible spirit and granting its wielder glory for all time. Meaning, if we can get our hands on the sword, we might yet live properly again. The spirit she infused us with is fitting, namely Sylphid, who boosts our vitality. A guardian spirit with elegant female curves, once named the Will of the Winds, blowing through trees and across lakes, its song envelops a person in a healing aria. It is a teasing spirit as well and enjoys tricking travelers. As the nameless knight took his leave of the spirit sanctum, his mind and body still adjusting to the turbulent course his life had taken, he no doubt recalled the days of his youth and the sudden loss of both his parents to war. Often in an instant he swore that he would help forge a new era, a better era, free of the ravages of war. And so he had pledged himself to knighthood. It was there that he had met the truest of comrades, a man, a friend, whose will and ambition perfectly mirrored his own. That man was Marquis Fournival, the gallant young leader of the North Sea Chevaliers. As far as the nameless knight was concerned, the Marquis wasn't only a benevolent, valiant, and respectable leader, but also a true companion and confidant. This admiration and loyalty was a sentiment shared by many, for Marquis Fournival's influence and charm were a thing of legend. Outspoken and fearless, the Marquis would preach of purity and justice, inspiring eager young knights to flock his banner in droves. But even such noble ideology could not withstand the inexorable tide of political change. The Prime Minister Zordius declared war on the knights, ordering all crusading factions to disband immediately. The North Sea Chevaliers were no exception. The nameless knight was ready and willing to challenge this decree at his side until the bitter end, but the Marquis refused to let his friend follow in his fate. If the Chevaliers are to continue fighting, it will be under your charge. They are mine no longer. That was the Marquis's reply. He had chosen to follow his ideals to the gallows where they led. And with those words, the two never spoke again, their friendship gone as quickly as it had formed. To the nameless knight, the Marquis became a symbol of a life worth living and a future worth fighting for. He was the very embodiment of the principles held most dear by the North Sea Chevaliers. For such a man to leave his life's work undone and die so that others might live in a new era he believed should come to pass, it seemed clear that Marquis Furnival had not shunted aside his duty, but embraced it. As he tells it, the nameless knight had not come to this realization himself until quite some time after he left the field of battle. But his friend gone, and the knight scattered, his faith in their new cause was shaken, and he was metaphorically cast adrift. It was only when he found himself literally adrift aboard a small boat on a certain misty lake that he began to understand the merit of his values and commenced his search for a new lot in life. Before we continue our adventure, we get some homemade cooking from Char and have her translate the tabula aries, which the swordsman didn't take, only the crown is gone. It reads, "To the inheritors of history, I tell of my homeland, founded by the great Kublai Khan, and proclaimed in Eden by all who behold its fair vistas, its name Xanadu. Here the songs of the birds ring out, the flowers are always in bloom, and the light of the sun does shine warmly upon all the land. Truly Xanadu is a place of beauty and peace. However, it is not my intent to extol the glory of this countryside herein. Rather, the duty that falls upon me is that of minutiae, and fact to make accurate record of the history that's befallen us. And even in such a place as Xanadu, for every light that burns pure, a shadow is also cast. To those who shall inherit and succeed our history, I beg ye, read this account carefully and with open mind. I must regrettably chronicle that twice did our paths cross with a hideous calamity of unimaginable horror. The devil Galsis, he who rules the world of nothingness, he who brings forth apparitions to defile us. At his hands, the ideals of our just and righteous community turned to ashes, and our Eden became a land governed by lust and vice. As we stand now, however, we have overcome these tribulations and re-established a prosperity befitting Xanadu. We owe our gratitude for this good fortune to the heroes and wise men of the past, who drove this devil from our land. The first invasion of Galces was thwarted by a valorous youth who bore the sacred sword, sent to our aid by his liege, King Euliden, and guided by the one star's light. The second invasion of Galces was repelled by a beautiful and valiant princess who carried with her this self-same sword. Both of these figures have since been accorded the highest honors in the annals of history. Light coexists with shadow, and so too must the tales of Xanadu's calamitous past coexist with those of its heroes. If we are to remember the trials we have faced, it is important we also remember the means for which they were overcome. But with that, it's time to resume our adventure. Chapter 2 of Tree and Man. I just want to mention here that the worlds of Neon Falcon games are developing as you play, so all the dialogue of characters changes, they reflect the things that happen in the story while you play through it. I mentioned this while showcasing one example on screen because this video will probably be multiple hours long anyways, just showing main story stuff. So this is just a disclaimer that I won't be showing it all, but if you do decide to pick up the game, check in with the townsfolk every now and then. Also, I will obviously be cutting out all the grinding needed to max out the spirits and gear and those kind of things. At this point, I should also talk a little bit about the gameplay. I'm gonna mention that once you reach 100% efficiency with a weapon, you will be able to use the respective skill without having it equipped, and at 200% you get a big stat boost, but this only works while having the actual weapon equipped. Also, in terms of spirit leveling, each kill counts as 1 XP, so you don't, it counts as 1 XP. You don't want to kill the last enemy on the map with magic, since this will disable the loot drop, and it's tied to the last enemy you killed, what kind of drops you can get. Each piece of gear also has a stat requirement, and the two-handed weapon will disable the use of a shield. Passive skills also are equipable, so make sure to equip them. With that out of the way though, that's enough gameplay blabbering. A little into the Clover ruins, we meet the purposeful woman again, who seems to be looking for treasures to make a fortune. She gives us her name, Agnes, and scolds us, mentioning that not everyone is fit to walk the path of the noble. Also notably talks about a big door with a circle-shaped hole. Exploring further, we reach a statue holding a mysterious emblem. Picking this up levels up your courage spirit by 1 level, so if you care about min-maxing, don't pick it up yet. Make sure to use these at like level 8, 9 preferably. The path to the north is closed off via a gate, so let's explore the other passages further. After some pushing block puzzles, we get our second spirit, Dämonenkatze, which is German for demon cat. This one will increase our maximum SP, allowing us to cast each skill or spell more often when equipped. It reads, a lustrous black cat with sable fur the color of a cloudless night, originally known as a familiar for witches. This elusive spirit can occasionally be found basking in the moonlight. Back in the Clover ruins, we clear out the camp of goblins, which in turn reveals a hidden chest. However, it's on a cliff above us, so it will have to wait for now. Continuing northwest, we find the door Agnes mentioned, She catches up and uses the disc she found to open it. We learned that she is a woman of intuition, and it's telling her not to continue for now, or continuing further on. Talking to her, she offers to sell us a knife at a good price. This is one of her special items. Her other wares don't interest me much, but the bone carving knife is a wonderful tool for our goals. It will allow you to carve bones into keys, meaning that not only are you not forced to go back to town to buy keys, but it's up to you whether you want to juggle selling bones, buying keys, or just farm them and make your own. I highly recommend taking up her special offers. Anyways, it's time to grind and prepare before exploring further. I trust her intuition after all. A woman who doesn't seem to come from a combat background has made it this far on her own and without a spirit to boost. But just so we're on the same page, I will show you what happens if you are unprepared. Meet the first boss of the game, Salamander, a fire spirit. When you die in Xanadu Next, you have three options. Go back to town losing half your money, bones and potions, reload a save, or return to the title screen. So part of my preparations is picking up the Guardian Sorcerian from the Goblin chest who reads, "The spirit of a great sorcerer, so enthralled with his pursuit of alchemy that his own death went past his notice. Worshipped as the god of knowledge and science, even now, this Guardian is not from this region." Also increase our magic power. I will be buying the ice spell, which should come in handy against Salamander, and after leveling the Guardian to roughly level 3. Small side note, already looted chests respawn some gold in them after a while, but it's time to take my revenge against Salamander. After the salamander goes down, Agnes comes once again and decides that from here on out we are partners, and we can trek on towards the eternal maze. In said maze, we find the guardian, Belladonna, okay, I'm gonna stop, who increases the potency of potions. It is described as a spirit of the miracle elixir formulated from the Atropa genus. Because the war caused this particular strain to become extinct, it goes without saying that this elixir has become sought after amongst wealthy aristocrats and merchants. In this room, we also see some sparkling small lights next to a staircase, so let's take note of that for later. We find the ruby in a treasure chest that allows us to push heavy boxes and stones. It reads, "A magic ring crested with a glittering ruby. It imbues the wearer with great strength, allowing them to move heavy boxes." I should also take some time to talk about the Eternal Maze for a little bit. This dungeon is home to many undead who you either defeat twice with melee attacks or once with magic. But keep in mind, if you want loot, you are not allowed to defeat the enemy with magic. But later you get infusions, so that kind of circumvents it. And the main gimmick of this dungeon is using sluice gates to manage the water flow in here, opening up areas while closing off others. After defeating the purple slime, we get our own stone discus, allowing us to open the door to the first water control room. Also destroying environmental objects counts towards weapon proficiency and sometimes items. We can now access 3 new chests containing 400 gold, the Tabula Cancer, and the Guardian Durandal, who increases the speed of weapon proficiency growth. It is said about him, the Emperor ordered a great sword to be made, so the blacksmith thrust his own wife into the forge, resulting in the tempering of 2 blades. Although the swords were completed, the smith vanished. It is said he wandered off, Durandal held in his arms. In the room where we found the tablet, the sparkling lights can be seen, so we will be returning at a later point. We also received the Pisces tablet and the Moonstone amulet, allowing us infinite teleports back to town. The reason I'm showing this room in particular is that you don't want to kill the slimes, since the explosion can destroy the treasure chest. A couple of rooms later, we get a serpentine bracelet, giving physical hits a chance to poison, and another memoir that we can have Char translate. We will come back to this boulder later. This one as well. All of these ones. After lighting the torches, the maze loops back to the Clover ruins, the parts of it that are blocked by the fence to protect the town from the dangerous monsters. In this area, we find a stone statue that uncalcifies, turning into a mysterious man. However, he doesn't know who he is and remarks that this place has changed. After moving one screen, we find that he is gone. But ahead is a safe statue behind a slithering tray. So shall we see what lies ahead? Not before opening the gate for a massive shortcut and preparing, of course. So time to grind, farm, and upgrade my gear. So, the big evil tree, controlled by a parasitic plant, a berry lad. I played this fight terribly and had to chuck a couple of potions. Didn't have an antidote, neither anti-paralytic. So, yeah. What you want to do is destroy all the eyes, since they heal the boss massively, like you can't outdamage it. Then make sure to dodge the poison balls that drop after the funny sound effect, and lastly hit the parasite to deal damage to the actual boss. That's the whole fight. and we got rewarded with the crown of Kuxi. Let's just hope Duvark doesn't show up again. Also, to the top of the boss arena is another key item. The gauntlet that allows us to finally destroy those pesky boulders. A gauntlet used by melee warriors. It can destroy hard rock walls when equipped. And there he is. We immediately draw a sword, prepared for another deadly duel. Dvorak is accompanied by the mysterious sage that was a stone statue. He notices that we are bound to the spirits. We battle Dvorak. But the sage Theobald tells us to stop. He also mentions the legendary blade, and Dvorak decides to let us keep the crown, but warns us not to become a hindrance to them. So let's destroy all the boulders we came across and have Char translate all of our findings. The first Clover Ruin boulder hit a Zweihänder. We can also meet Agnes at the second blessing statue, who offers a special magic potion for 2k. Unfortunately, I didn't get that one, but I might have to sell some items to be able to afford that. Behind the second Clover boulder is a box puzzle that we can't solve yet, so let's keep this one in our mind as well. When returning to the city, We get greeted by Cha, who is happy that we are making progress and thinks that there is a correlation between the tablets, crowns, and sacred sword. However, she is also worried about us and wants us to be careful. Let's have a look at the translated tablets and memoirs. The Unblessed Bride. The advent of the Black Bride is an event of considerable renown, and has thus been recorded in much detail by the scholars of the era. The following is directly sourced from one of these accounts. It should have been an auspicious occasion, with Princess Florette celebrating her 16th year. Her birthday rites did progress without incident, but just as the investiture ceremony for the title of Sacred Maiden was about to begin, something dreadful occurred. The terrible woman appeared before us, veiled in the deepest black. She calmly stepped in front of the crowd, seemingly oblivious to the audacity of her actions. She opened her insolent mouth, and these are the words she spoke. "I have freed the devil Galsis from his seal within the castle," she said. And that's not all. She even went so far as to call herself the demon's bride. Everyone in attendance began to laugh. As one might imagine, there weren't many left who still put much stock in tales of Galsis. That the woman was also widely known as a religious fanatic did her no favors. Indeed, the crowd lost no time in chastising her right then and there. But not a moment later, the derision and laughter all came to an abrupt halt. The clear blue sky, which had seemed so auspicious just moment before during Princess Florette's celebration ceremony, suddenly became choked with dark clouds. Then, accompanied by rolling thunder, the voice of none other than Galsis himself resounded throughout the land. In short, it was a declaration of war upon Xanadu, and in that very moment one could feel the onset of a new era of terror and chaos, engulfing our would-be utopia like the clouds swallowed the light above. There could be no doubt that this traitorous woman spoke the truth. She had taken a vow of marriage with the great Dragon King of legend. Although just an ordinary human being, she unleashed the wrath of ultimate evil upon our fair kingdom. She alone had overthrown centuries of peace in a mere instant. Black Bride, they have begun calling her. Fitting name. In an ancient times, the kingdom of Xanadu lay above a network of hallowed caves deep within the earth. The Alth River carved the tunnels and crevices of those caves, its torrential flow ultimately ending in a huge waterfall far below. Even the great founder Kublai Khan himself enjoyed being in the river's waters. Xanadu was exactly the paradise he described it to be in his writings. And yet, during Gillidan's rule, the ambience of those caves changed completely when Galsis came to Xanadu. The sheer pervasiveness of his evil caused the river to run dry, and an ominous stone to rise up from the now lifeless ground. With that peaceful beauty gone, monsters began to thrive there. It was from here that Galsis imposed his reign, overseeing Xanadu from within those cavernous depths. To thwart those who would dare defy him, Galsis ordered the king to shape the caves into a vast labyrinth. The citizens were distraught. Their peaceful paradise of Xanadu had become corrupted so utterly, but not a single one of them was able to stand up against Galsis' rule. 'Tis said the labyrinth was designed by the famous architect Sison. It seemed as though Galsis had abducted him as well. Sison played his part well. Daily provisions, weapons, and even all manner of medicines were littered about in a great number in the cave. So great were his talents that he had even cured the king of the millennial slumber. Through great skills and wit, the famous craftsman transformed the sacred caves into labyrinthine fortress. This maze served not only to protect Gelses, but also to hinder the sword-bearer. 'Tis said that Sison even built a castle for Gelses, yet I've been unable to determine the validity of those claims. If Gelses does indeed have a keep within those tangled depths, nobody has been able to confirm its existence to this day. And as for the supposed architect of that abode, never again did he return to Xanadu. Most believe he fled, but the moniker they gave him remained behind. The demon's artisan. Memoirs. Herdsman's Moon, 23rd, 1210. I've decided to attempt keeping a personal record starting today. I've no intention of sharing these private thoughts with others, but I have been advised that this activity may provide a much needed outlet, and after recent introspection, I will give it a try. Of course, I'm not fastidious nor diligent like my sister, so I know not how long this may last. I know only that my thoughts and feelings must be expressed, and herein I shall express them freely. My day began with the practice in the black arts, followed by fencing at midday, and ended with lessons in etiquette during the evening hours. Day in and day out, the strict regimen remains unaltered, and I find my sanity grown thin by its relentless march. I know, I mustn't dwell. 'Tis not my intent to mire these pages in such ill humor. I was cautioned on this outcome, and warned to avoid such behavior. I must make a point to record those positive events in my day as well. And if I were to identify which such events those might be, only the praising of my sister comes to mind, for her joy is my joy. My sister and I are always together, and it often feels as if the bond between us could overcome any hardship, no matter the severity. Of course I could never speak these words to her directly, as it is a rather embarrassing sentiment. 27th day of the Silver Wolf's moon year 1210. 'Tis impossible to deny my sister's grace and elegance. When placed side by side with one such as I, she is clearly the lady among us. Father has always compared me to her for as long as I can remember, and sometimes I find myself truly hating that I've such a proper sibling, and yet, in spite of her elegance, or perhaps contributing to its air, she is the one cursed with a frailty and delicacy, suffering from a weak constitution since she was but a young child. Indeed, she was absent from the fencing practice today because of her condition, which has me a bit concerned. I shall attend her within the hour and see how she fares. 'Tis hard to believe that despite her maladies, she has always been the better fighter whenever we spar. Her resolve is strong, even if her body is not. Given that, my concern for her seems all the more irrational, does it not? 7th day of the Unicorn's moon, year 1212. I heard the most incredible story today about the legendary phoenix during Sage Theobald's lecture. He spoke of its power and immortality, a rarity even here in Xanadu. It once nested inside the sacred caves, but its like has not been seen in many an age. 'Tis a sight I am unlikely to ever behold. The phoenix would visit the land, bringing forth great tidings and blessings, or so the legend goes. And when the world falls into ruin, 'tis claimed that it will guide the people to their salvation. A being who lives eternally, ever watching over this world and its inhabitants. For some reason, the story makes me feel warm inside. I'd really love to be able to meet the phoenix, at least once. My sister also said she wants to see it, so we promised to go find it together. For now it seems an impossible hope, but one day, someday, I really do wish to see that phoenix. Also, I skipped over another Clover Ruins boulder. This one contains the level 2 version of the ice spell, and the two boulders unlock a shortcut to the town and the second floor of the Eternal Maze. Chapter 3. 8 legs, 7 sages, and 4 crowns. First agenda. Pick up the Taurus tablet and the malefic armlet which can curse enemies on hit, lowering their attack. This chest contained a memoir. After a short box puzzle, we get a discus. A cool mechanic in this game is that if an enemy has a resistance over 100, it will actually heal off of your damage. So make sure to use the right damage type depending on the enemy. I also misspoke earlier, the salamander we fought was the animal fire lizard, not the fire spirit. Tabula Scorpio. Tabula Gemini, and at this point you can clearly see just how interconnected this whole world is. It is a beautiful sight. We find the Guardian Benaporte. During the Xanadu era, the distinguished general was said to have led a troop of 200 men to victory against 20,000. But even his military genius could not stand against the hordes of Galses, and he became naught but a spirit in the end. I'm finally able to use the discus I found earlier, leading to a box puzzle room with two closed doors. Taking the northern one leads to another discus. After awkwardly shuffling my way through hordes of enemies, only to realize I'm out of keys, just to quickly craft one out of bone. Now there's absolutely no need to waste your elixir here. I just decided to do it in order to cut down on traveling back to town to heal up, to keep the workflow of the video going. As for the fight itself, magic is your friend here. Ruvak and Theobald mention that this could be Beatrice. And then they mention specific numbers, which could mean that these guys are actually the 7 sages mentioned in the ancient tabulas of Xanadu. We find the guardian Zwerg, which is German for dwarf, behind a weak wall next to the miniboss. His description reads, "When the earth was born, this spirit race bustled below the surface as metalsmiths, crafting many a trinket. Perhaps because of their subterranean existence, it's said their work with mineral veins and jewels is unparalleled, and his effect is increasing the chance of getting unique drops. If Agnes is not offering the seed, move away about 3 to 4 screens to respawn the enemies and repeat the process. If it still doesn't work, buy her previously special item first, which for me was an onyx. Behind this wall is another one of those empty rooms. We will come back soon. Time for the obligatory spider boss, Scotula or Skirtula. I don't remember quite. This boss has 2 phases, and in both magic will be your best friend. If you want, you can equip either Demon Cat or Sorceress to help with your magic. Phase 1 is just blast him while dodging boulders and swipes, and phase 2 you wanna lure him into pillars and then blast his eye. Don't pay attention to my footage, I played miserably and chucked a lot of potions because I didn't wanna do a retake. Anyways, after the fight we get the second crown of Tyrone. And after melting some ice, we get the Libra Tabula. We also finally received the spectacles, which works just like the mask of ice from Ease. So the hidden becomes visible, but enemies and characters become invisible. That means it's time to pick up all the items we couldn't before. Interestingly, the door we came from is jammed now, so let's check that out as well. We also received the fire crystal, allowing us the use of the ancient teleportation system. In town, we find Lise near the docks and she thinks that the castle is trapped rather than hiding, and hands us an arrow since she trusts us. It is described as a ceremonial arrow with white fletching, a protective trinket made by the priestess of the spirit sanctum Lise. Let's now go grab the items we missed and stock up on new gear and then have a look at the translated tablets and memoirs. We pick up ignition before the Durandal room, which is a fire spell that can cause massive explosion around you. And there's another beautiful interconnected loop. Before the spider boss room, we can pick up a large shield, so don't be like me and buy one of those. There's one for free right here. Also, the statue did in fact get freed, so now there's Druvak, Theobald, and 2 others we haven't met yet. The Chosen Ones. He came without warning during the reign of His Highness King Geodan, Dragon King Galsus, such was the name given to the calamity that brought cruelty and avarice in its wake. Galsus released his minions upon the land, and in the blink of an eye, Xanadu was swept under a wave of terror. The renowned artisan Saisen was forced to construct a maze for the devil within the sacred catacombs that stretch beneath the royal capital. Powerless to resist Galsus's corrupting influence, those who had formerly thrived under the reign of King Geodan began inundating him with unreasonable demands. Rumor had it that the treasured crowns themselves, long-standing symbols of Xanadu's royal line, had been torn from his grasp, and with their loss, the world plunged into darkness. Still, despite the looming shadows of fear and disgrace, His Highness remained undaunted. He bided his time quietly, waiting for a portent from above. Finally, with the help of a noted astrologer, he found his foretoken and arranged for an audience with a group of youths, boasting a heroic disposition. The youths were placed under the tutelage of 7 officiating sages who helped train them in body and spirit to stand up against the devil's regime. Valor, merit, charm, empathy, wisdom, mysticism, and victory. Such were the subjects of mastery taught by the 7 sages, all of whom were merciless and forgiving tutors. One brave soul persevered through their ruthless instructions, and it was he who ultimately set forth into the vast underground labyrinth that Gelses had made his lair. Single-handedly he retrieved the crowns and even obtained the sacred sword known as Dragonslayer. This sword is said to house the deified spirit of a great hero who spent his life hunting dragons of wicked heart. Some even claim it to be his very incarnation made steel, and with weapon in hand, this brave soul faced innumerable threats, culminating in the triumphant defeat of the Dragon King Galsus. He truly was a courageous youth, and the king was a great and wise man. Through their valor and wisdom, Xanadu was pulled back from the brink of hell. Even now the people of this land recount the glorious tale of these 2 valiant men. 'Tis with heavy heart I must report, however, that the name of this youthful savior has been lost to history. As our story draws to a close, the demonic Galsus lay defeated, and Xanadu's peaceful days were returned. But as you surely must be aware, dear reader, this was not to be the tale's final conclusion. When the rain falls. No matter the era, bad tidings never warn of their approach. Their arrival is sudden and devastating. Several years passed in tranquil procession following the fated struggle between the valiant youth and Galsus. One night, when the moon was nearing its peak, a messenger approached King Geodan's private chamber as he rested. Galsus, whose body had been entombed within the labyrinth, was returning to life. His pulse had begun beating anew. Understanding the urgency of the situation, the king calmed forth the brave sword-bearer and the 7 wise sages to his castle. I surmise the reason was to discern the meaning behind Galsus' revival. It is said that this council lasted 7 days, from early morning through the darkest hours of night. As the dawn broke on the 8th day at the castle, a conclusion was reached, and the meeting adjourned at long last. The devil's body was to be borne to the castle and sealed within a barrier of tremendous power, so as to arrest the beast's rebirth. King Geodan appointed his own daughter as a sacred maiden to this end, and commanded her to maintain the devil's seal for as long as she drew breath. The 7 sages would serve to support her in this task, as best as they were able. Thus spawned a noble tradition, wherein the eldest daughter of the royal family would inherit the duty of protecting and maintaining the seal. Through this education, peace persisted in Xanadu for many hundreds of years thereafter. Occasional rumor of the devil's revival did surface from time to time, but history records of no such occurrences. Xanadu's rich and idyllic existence continued unabated, and all was well. Such was the fate of the land until a particular young woman came along. Of history and spirits. I wish to pen down the relationship between Xanadu and the Guardians. After Gelsus was sealed away within the king's castle, the country experienced an unprecedented level of prosperity. One of the results of this outcome that would be remiss of me not to mention is that of the existence of the Guardians. As you, dear reader, might be aware, a guardian is a spirit of sorts, baptized into a newborn child. There within the child it rests, bonded and intertwined with the very soul. At present, guardians are known only as protective spirits. However, those spirits were in fact once real people who existed in this world. By altering the power of this world, these spirits are able to enhance a person's characteristics. such as physical prowess, fortune, magical aptitude, and more. Through a ritual of unification, the recipient is imbued with a seal originally designed by the Sacred Maiden along with the Seven Sages. As the years swept by, those tasked with overseeing the Devil's Seal created one of much greater strength. I can only surmise that the Sacred Maiden saw the wisdom and merit of using the same ceremony to infuse the blessing of the Guardian within people. Later, the capital of Xanadu was consecrated, and a grand ceremony was held in the Spirit Sanctum where one by one each citizen gave their thanks. Stone monuments dedicated to the Guardians were built all around the country alongside the highways. Such was the reverence the citizens had for them. Even now, seeing the loving look of a mother with a child held in her arms come knocking upon the Spirit Sanctum's door is truly a wonder to behold. The four royal crowns: Rebek, Kushi, Tyrone, Zagreus. These are the names given to them by the citizens of Xanadu. Praised as the great treasure of Xanadu, they are known as the Four Crowns. These noble treasures are not only proof of Xanadu's royal lineage, but it is also suggested that they have a deeper purpose. To my regret, however, what that deeper purpose may be is something only the royal family knows, and thus I am unable to recount it here. When the brave hero defeated Gelsis, these four crowns were vital to that end, perhaps owing to some hidden power they contained within. Even after invoking the blessed ritual with the same seal done by the Sacred Maiden, it is said that their powers are still required. At the time of his invasion, the very first demand Gelsis made was for these four crowns to be handed over to him. Worried about his citizens' well-being, King Geoden conceded to the demon's request. I could not imagine what was going through his mind then. After the crowns were relinquished, the brave wielder of the sacred sword reclaimed the treasures, yet they would not remain in the kingdom for long. In the later advent of the Dragon King, Princess Florette took the crowns from the castle with her on her quest. To the regret of this chronicler, and the records of history itself, however, both Princess Florette and the four royal crowns have been lost to the annals of time. 30th day of the Fire Hand's Moon, year 1211. Today I did the unthinkable. I snuck into town. Even jotting down an account of this brief liberation from lessons makes my heart swell with excitement. I do understand the value of training and study, but when each and every day is spent learning, sometimes it feels as though I may suffocate. And I do so love the town. I adore each and every corner of it, but my favorite spot is most certainly the marketplace, filled with fine wares, marvelous creatures, and delectable offerings, the likes of which I've never seen before. I could happily lose myself in the bustle. Even given a full day's time, I would not tire of touring its many stalls. Unfortunately, I was spotted by a guard whilst partaking of confectionaries in a most unladylike fashion, and was escorted away from my beloved market. Upon my unwilling return to the castle, my instructors gave me quite the tongue lashing and assured me that tomorrow's training would be particularly severe. When I spoke of this with my sister, she was quite amused. I have no regrets on the matter though. 'Tis important not just to learn, but to experience, and today I experienced that which I could never know through study alone. This is my life and my journey. 15th day of the Demigod's Moon, year 1216. I am completely crestfallen. How could this happen? Why did things turn out this way? I can't fathom the events that transpired. My heart aches. I just can't. Please, please save my sister. Chapter 4. Lost Woods, Found Calling. In the treacherous woods, or treachery woods, you want to make sure to follow a map or draw your own, otherwise you will end up at the beginning, but you can keep it in your head. You basically just run a circle around it. But yeah, just look up a map if you're struggling, is basically what I'm trying to say. I pick up the Guardian Flügel, which is German for wing, This one increases character XP gained, and this is what is said about it. This great winged snake appears in legend of the native Hopi people of Leyland. Residing in the clouds, the spirit is known to protect travelers. It was also once revered as a god of earthquakes, but the event of Galses put it in its place. Memoirs Decision. We meet Agnes again and we have a small talk about our reasons for coming here and looking for Castle Strangerock. However, she doesn't want to tell us her real reason yet. We can also get the superior bone knife, which will allow us to sometimes get 2 keys out of a single bone, called a Betui. In the room just up ahead, another key item in the form of the winged boots awaits. When equipped, these magic boots allow the wearer to walk in the air for a few seconds after jumping. This will open up some new areas and also allow us to get a few items that were inaccessible before. Also, you can equip potions beforehand, but the inner OSRS player in me won't allow me to do that. Let's face the next mini-boss Chimera. I gotta prepare a bit before that though, as always. So magic doesn't really work against him, against this boss, but I have found in my very clutch fight against him that leaving one zombie alive makes it so he doesn't respawn anymore. After that, you can bait out his slam and breath attacks and wail on his backside. Once again, we meet Dvorak, who somewhat praises us and kind of apologizes, but at the same time tells us if we show signs of cowardice, he would cut us down every time. And if not him, someone else would. I would understand this reasoning if we had like a greater calling, but as it stands, we are more of an adventurer and less of like a chosen one or chosen knight of greater calling. At least what we know as of now. Maybe the law changes later on. Be that as it may though, we have to move on. And we find ourselves back at the mountains. Princess ne'er returning. If the literature of this era rings true, then the fair Princess Florette was a young lady of the most cheerful disposition, unmatched in both academic and military talent, and beloved by all of her people. But though it is an incontrovertible fact that she inherited the title of Sacred Maiden at the time of her 16th birthday, little detail is known of her life before that day. Of course, the question most pertinent to these records is that of her whereabouts when she and the seven sages vanished from Xanadu. The following account is one that may prove most familiar to my readers, as it endures to this very day in the canon of tales recounted to our young. Regrettably, there exists no official report of these events, so all information herein pertaining to Princess Florette's emprise is comprised from hearsay and rumor of the time. The last confirmed location of Princess Florette and her party was in the vicinity of Lindale. With the dragon slayer shimmering in her hands, our noble heroine had her sight set upon the mysterious castle that appeared only amidst the fog on the water. The selfsame fort that had eluded the prior frenzied searching of Xanadu's army, Castle Strange Rock, stronghold of Galsis. The princess and the seven sages, having successfully infiltrated the elusive citadel, had thus set about tracking down the devil and his bride therein, and in those haunted halls, to behold the mere shadow of the princess wielding the sacred sword was as if to see the guardian Valkyria herself. Such was the level of mastery displayed by our heroine. At long last, after 7 days of fierce battle, Princess Florette's holy blade was plunged through the massive neck of the Dragon King. The Black Bride, with her husband dead and her power lost, is said to have then relinquished Castle Strange Rock into the water deep and herself to eternal sleep. Of course, this is all little more than folktale. Whatever truth there may be to this grandiose epic has been lost to the ages. It is historical fact, however, that the incursions brought by the devil's minions suddenly ceased no more than a single month after Princess Florette's disappearance from Xanadu, and since that time, neither scale nor claw has been seen of Galsis or his bride. Now the princess is heralded as one of the great figures of our time, a savior regarded with reverence and admiration akin to that bestowed upon the founder himself, the great Kublai Khan, and after these events, no further incidents occurred, leaving Xanadu's records books with naught but peace and prosperity to this very day. I must admit that even I, typically unaffected as I am by the march of time, that I commit to record, have become enamored of this lore. When I call to mind that image of Princess Florette brandishing her holy blade, I find myself lost in a moment. 10th day of the White Rabbit's moon, year 1212. My sister collapsed. She's always been of poor health, and I suppose time has been taking its toll. Our magic lesson was particularly rigorous, and she fainted. She's currently resting, but her face is still so very pale. My sister is constantly worrying about me, and goes about her life with a smile, showing no concern to her own troubles. I want to make sure she doesn't push herself too much, so I really must endeavor to do better. No matter how many times I've asked Father and Sage Theobald, they never seem to let her rest. Yet if she continues on like this, there has to be something I can do for her. Tomorrow, I am planning on giving things my all so that I can surpass my sister. If I do that, then surely. Chapter 5 of Frost and Fire. We pick up the memoir, festivities and sublimation. Behind this weak wall, equip your spectacles to receive lightning, the AoE thunder spell. In here lies another tablet. Solving this box puzzle spawns a chest. Now I just need to go up there, get up there. For that, I head back to the red box room to get a sacred axe and blitz level 2. There's also the Quiescent armlet to seal enemies' magic after defeating the salamander in this room. The Officiation memoir is in the next. Some more travel and we press the button to disable the flame wall. We also find the freezing spell. We pick up another tablet, the Guardian Ganesha, who minimizes status effects, and it is described as a huge animal called an elephant from a country far south that was presented to the king. The beast was deeply loyal, even in death, and defended its master as a spirit. Even now, Ganesha tries to protect its deceased lord. And we also unlock another shortcut. Man, I love the level design or world design of this game. Back to the firewall, run down, finally loot the chest and go back up to open the disc door. We do a little loop-de-loop. Also feel free to farm the griffins for their Draculaur weapon, but in a second you'll see why you shouldn't. Ahead lie 2 more unfrozen ones, and we get some more lore. After that cutscene, don't worry, we have a tablet later on that will explain a bit more. But yeah, the frozen ones are the 7 sages and they are starting to meet up. Make sure to activate the teleportation device before you continue. In the next room, clear out all the enemies to get a free Drake's Claw if you don't want to grind for it. Another memoir at the top of this area. We reach a safe statue zone, you know what that means, get your preparations done before heading up. And if you smash this wall before the statue, you can drop down to get an elixir. So, once you are prepared, it's time to face Evil Worm. Once again, I played it badly, but it's okay. Firstly, he shoots homing fireballs, so keep running, preferably in little circles. After that, he'll crash down either on ground level or on one of the 4 platforms. Stand on the opposite side to stay safe. Not side, opposite level of the arena to stay safe. This is also the only time you can damage him. After the crash, there's a small window to attack, but after his charge attack is safer, so you can attack before and after. After is safer, but you can do both. The crash also shoots out a plus formed heat wave. At roughly half health, he goes sicko mode. He floods the arena occasionally, and you have to go on one of the platforms. He also gains a new laser attack, just bait it and move out of the way. One important tip though, unequip your Pegasus boots since it is detrimental in this fight. After beating him, we get rewarded with the Lung Stone. When worn, the magic stone acts as a breathing apparatus while underwater, and the Crown of Rebik, meaning the only one left is the one Druvak took from us. Returning to the statue also reveals that this presumable sage, we'll see in a second that they are the sages, also got released. Anyways, let's head back to some areas we couldn't before, and then head to town to recoup, read the tablets and continue. We head to the Clover ruins and after some water walking, get rewarded with the greatsword. And in the Eternal Maze, we get the Reaping Arm. Arriving in town, Char advises us to take a leisurely stroll around the town to rest up a bit. We take her up on the offer and run into Agnes, haggle with her once and then buy her item for 3k to receive the Sacred Sovereign Bow. A bow bought from Agnes. Although considerably old, it shows no sign of wear, even the bowstring is intact. Sacred Sword and Maiden. Allow me to discuss the particulars of the Sacred Sword Dragonslayer. Dragonslayer is the name of the legendary blade used by a brave hero to fell the Dragon King, Galces. Long ago, when the sword first emerged in lore, it was presumed to be the incarnation of a sainted hero whose desire to destroy evil had manifested in physical form. Yet the ability to vanquish evil is not the only magic it holds. At full strength, the sword also protects the wielder, even granting unto them the utmost triumphs. Because of this power, the royal family feared that the sword would fall into the hands of wicked people, much like the crown. In order to safeguard the sacred sword, therefore, its whereabouts were kept secret from the public with extreme care. One other rumor concerning the care of the sacred sword that I am unable to confirm is its connection to the sacred maiden seal. For after Princess Florette took the sacred sword with her, the final whereabouts of the holy blade were lost to all records. Regarding the sacred maiden seal, maintaining the spell is quite the arduous task indeed. From the day they turn 16, those chosen are appointed the role of standing guard over the seal, imprisoning the devil until their successor becomes of age. For centuries there has been a steady continuation of the role since Galces was sealed. In order to fulfill such obligations, I have heard it is necessary that the royal family's eldest daughter is put through arduous training to become a sacred maiden. From the moment of her birth, it is no exaggeration in my eyes to say that they shouldered a great burden to maintain peace in Xanadu. That is until this unfortunate role was put to an end, more specifically when it was passed to Princess Florette. The Seven Wise Sages. The 7 sages who gathered to guide the brave hero in his quest to defeat Gelsis were people from all walks of life and from all corners of Xanadu. They were skilled men and women, held in the highest regard by the king. After that hero defeated Gelsis, their role became that of assistants to the sacred maidens. These sages served both as guardians and advisors in all aspects of the sacred maiden's life. Up until the time Princess Florette became the sacred maiden, many different people were appointed a role as one of these sages throughout the ages. But the sages of that time are of particular note and are honored below. Dvorak, sage of valor; Gandharva, sage of merit; Lorelei, sage of charm; Theobald, sage of empathy; Abhidharma, sage of wisdom; Beatrice, sage of mysticism; and Sturm, sage of victory. They, along with the princess, carried the hopes of the people as they set off to vanquish Gelsis, and when they faced the demonic army, the sages passed along their knowledge and records to her. Their wisdom and skill, it is said, was instrumental in driving Gelsis out and returning peace to Xanadu. I wish to record here, however, an oddity that I came across while perusing the various records from that era. The sage Lorelei, not a single document exists which pertains to her. Perhaps she perished during the war, or perhaps someone wished to strike her memory from history itself. Much like the location of the crowns and sacred sword, I have no way to verify the true fate of this forgotten sage. At the present time, without the lingering threat of Gelsis casting a shadow over the land, the tradition of the sages and sacred maiden have been abolished. However, I wish to ensure that their valiant legacy is given its due in the pages of history and thus have written about it here. I can only hope that the royal heroine and the 7 sages found peace at the end, even as I immortalize their deeds here. 11th day of the Pegasus moon, year 1211. I've been in a dreadful mood all day. There's to be a ball held at the castle this eve, and unfortunately my attendance is mandatory. I simply despise gowns, and all the pomp and daintiness that go along with them. I suppose I'll even be expected to dance so that the skirts of my kirtle might billow in the breeze, and they are such long skirts, to which means I'll have to descend the staircase very slowly and carefully and try not to step on the hem and fall like last year. I will never have the grace nor poise of my sister, and thus these events bring me no joy. I suppose I can at least look forward to the hors d'oeuvre. Either way, since I can't avoid it, may as well make the best of it. Off I go then. 3rd day of the filial crow's moon, year 1215. Today my tutor praised me quite highly. Very soon I'll have the ability to best my sister. It's been 3 years since then. Even though I wasn't really much to look at before, I've grown a considerable amount. I'm still not as good as my sister. Her magical prowess and swordplay are yet out of my reach, but I won't be long before I surmount those final hurdles. That time will come. It's just a little bit longer. In order to prepare for when the time comes, I think I need to keep applying myself like this. 14th day of the demigod's moon, year 1216. Today is our 16th birthday. At long last the time has come. My sister and I together have a very important task today. No matter the outcome of today's events, there is nothing we can do to change it. 'Tis the fate we were born into. Yet, I hope the goddess of fate has heard my prayers and will choose me in place of my sister. While the thought scares me, 'tis what I fervently desire. I've done everything in order to swing the pendulum in my favor. Well, I suppose I must get going then. When next I return to this room, I wonder exactly what feelings I'll hold in my heart. 17th day of the demigod's moon, year 1216. Much has happened and the moment had arrived. It should have been me who was chosen. All those days I spent, utterly worthless. There's no way I can get them back now, and now my sister has gone and left me. Regardless, that task should have been mine to bear for the sake of all Xanadu. It is time I throw away memories of the past. Now I must become the sacred maiden of the seal. Chapter 6. Sunken Tears. Whip your water-breathing amulet and do some water walking to reach the sunken floodgate. for the boss fight, try to stick close to him and slash at him. I think the game doesn't really like 144 Hz, and that's why I sometimes get hit like 7 times in a row. This isn't supposed to happen, I believe. Anyways, the best opening is after the laser attacks or the bombardment. Or you can be like me and just use elixirs for this fight and have better gear. You should definitely have better gear. I don't know why. I can't remember what I did with all of my money throughout this whole playthrough, but I was always severely undergeared. But just keep at it. You should be able to beat this boss first or even second try. Afterwards, we find ourselves in a room with a sealed door and a tablet that reads, "With my partner's memory, even as the frigid princess bears arms against me, sadness shall be drowned in the depths of an endless sleep. The black bride heralded a fool." Go up to the podium next, equip your bow and arrow, take aim, and with the seal broken, the surrounding water gets drained, revealing a castle behind a barrier. After the beautiful cutscene, let's find out how to reach that castle's strange rock. Agnes stands before the barrier and advises us to talk to Charlotte. She also mentions that the statue heavily resembles Lise. She, however, doesn't want to speak of it. The gate guard mentions that two strange fellas, why did I write fellas, were walking towards Clover Ruins. So let's talk to Char and then head there. In the Clover Ruins, the part that we met Agnes for the first time at the beginning of the game is now unsealed, and we overhear Sturm and Dvorak talking. They mention that Lorelei was the betrayer, and that something unsettling is within. Dvorak also mentions us as a weak man that follows. Inside is Xanadu's Labyrinth, one of the biggest dungeons in this game and in a lot of games actually. A massive area housing many enemies. You will also need a huge amount of keys since almost everything in here is locked. This puzzle room is near impossible since the mages will destroy them and your attacks won't reach them except for magic, but your damage might be too low and or you have mana issues, also they can still destroy the boxes. So we do a little loop-de-loop, break the weak wall, pick up the tablet and defeat them that way. This bracelet that we get grants us lifesteal, very handy. This box puzzle is a bit wacky, so watch what happens on screen since my brain works a bit weird. My guidance would be something like up, down, left, so the visuals should be way clearer. This rewards us with Frostband, a chill addition to the armory. Against this Lich, make sure to use your freezing spell to keep him stun locked, since he has some nasty schmoves, like a death counter over your head, massive summoning, and level drain. After failing this annoying jump 3 times, I managed to get it just right by destroying the candles beforehand, and get rewarded the Guardian Grey Ash. Interested in humans, this Reaper bucked the natural order and wandered away from the underworld. Capricious and curious, Grey Ash takes pleasure in observing human nature and watches them until their deaths. This one makes it so your armlet effects proc more often, really handy with the lifesteal one when farming. Before this next section, get all your preparations out of the way, as you will be locked in here for a while. I will also have the footage speed up most likely to show you the proper route without it taking too long. I actually think I'm not gonna do that. It wasn't that long. I don't know why I thought it would be super long. It wasn't. Before we were allowed to enter, we are stopped by one of the sages, Gandharva, who warns us of the danger within the time crevice, mentioning a dangerous witch, this most likely being Lorelei. He also tells us that Dvorak might meet his end against her and that we should work together to stop her, if need be. The device able to take down the barrier surrounding Castle Strange Rock is also within, or accessible from within, so we have to press on. And I already forgot a key. Okay. So basically, the time crevice, it's just it's not a boss rush is the wrong word because it's not boss fights. What do you call it? Swarm. You move from room to room, and you have to fight the enemies in order to unlock the door. So luckily they don't respawn. So once a room is cleared, it's cleared. But each room has a certain constellation of enemies that you have to defeat. And at the end of the dungeon, you basically jump into another portal, and you have to do that 4 times, and then you are allowed to leave the area. That's the gimmick, basically. You have to go through the rooms, and you have to defeat the monsters. There is no escape, right? Either you win or you die. And if you die, well, you have to do it again. That's it. So yeah, not much I can explain here. Just watch the footage if you get lost. But do make sure to not just go into the portal. If you find the portal before checking other rooms, go back, because again, the monsters don't respawn. Go back and loot the other stuff, because I'm pretty sure you can't come back here. I haven't tested it, but yeah, just do it all in one go. Anyways, way later on, we get the Shadow Axe, an amazing weapon that I don't have the stats to wield. However, with some passives swapped around, I can wield it. The skill Veda's Gift increases movement speed, and as you can see on screen, it's a massive increase. Like, it is such a good skill. After all that, we find ourselves in a space so surreal that my game had a visual glitch. So let me fix that real quick by restarting the game. Also make sure to activate the teleport platform since we are now free to leave again. Talking to Dvorak, he tells us about Lorelei the betrayer and laments his own weakness before losing consciousness. So make your preparations and let's face Lorelei. But before that, let's have Char translate the last tablets and memoirs, bar 1, I think. Where the star shines. His Highness did not hesitate. As soon as the demon's challenge was delivered, he issued his own royal decree ordering the deaths of Gelses and his unholy bride. The ones named to carry out this mission were none other than General Vanaporte and his most elite fighters. His Highness entrusted them with the sacred sword and seemed to anticipate that the might of the warriors and the supremacy of the holy blade would lead to certain victory. Now, if you've been following along carefully, dear reader, you will undoubtedly take issue with this course of action. Indeed, when the kingdom last faced Galsus, the appointed challenger had been a youth trained by the 7 sages that bore the sacred sword alone against the demon. That approach succeeded where all others had failed, so why, then, would the king abandon precedent in this manner? The answer, it seems, lies up above, for in the heavens no star could be seen and thus no gathering of youths would convene. When the call for heroes was sounded previously, history records that 3 stars shone as one, cutting through the thick black clouds that hung over the land like a beacon in the night. This small constellation has come to be known as the Dragons Fang, and its twinkling points are said to combine into a single star once every 300 years. From time immemorial, this merging was seen as a good omen, and only in its light could a hero be revealed. It seems, however, that the Devil's revival under the auspices of the Black Bride was an event even Lady Destiny could not foresee. This time the Dragon's Fang did not coalesce, but remained dim and apart, barely able to penetrate the dooming darkness. Under this bleak sky, Xanadu's army failed, and this time there appeared no hope of a hero's arrival to set things right. It was in this direst of times, when anxiety and unease permeated the every waking thought of all who dwelt within the castle, that something occurred. The royal medium herself, Princess Florette, went missing, and with her, the 7 sages. The Black Bride. A woman once chose to wed the devil Galses. These days, she is known to the people as the Black Bride. I've been told that on that fateful day she reached up to the sky and eclipsed the sun, both hands held high, sending a pillar of flame to pierce the earth from the heavens. Owing to her connection with Galses, the power which she commanded was beyond human comprehension. Even after the Black Bride rekindled the fighting between Xanadu and Galses, she frequently visited the royal castle as the devil's messenger. I highly suspect, however, that she had also frequently visited Galses in that self-same castle when he had been sealed away. Guarded as Cecile was, these visits, and indeed her ability to have met with Galses at all, suggests that the Black Bride was a practitioner of some skill, or perhaps even a member of the royal family. This theory, while unsupported, does have some merit, for even the records kept during that time seem to me to be rather suspicious. A person of such noteworthy treason would surely have their name recorded in an official document somewhere after all. Yet, every record I've come across has referred to her as the Black Bride, and despite the many years of research I have done, never once have I found anything which told her true name. It is quite inconvenient to have her name blotted out in such a manner, hidden away so that none may learn her true identity. 19th day of the demigod's moon, year 1216. Today my father received a report from one of his generals. Who am I? Is it really right for me to just sit here dallying about? No, I need to go confirm for myself. The real meaning of the Black Bride. To become that person's. 'Tis the only role for which I'm suited. I'm the only one who can do this. This is a fate destined only for me. She sided with the Black Bride. She basically believes that the kingdom of Xanadu fell into vice and had to be cleansed so something better can emerge. Destroy the old so something better can arise. And thus she transforms into a demonic fly and the fight ensues. Lorelei, the boss fight, she's a big fly demon. Honestly, just beat her up to half health. Then she spawns three flies with different elements. My best tactic is to use a physical weapon without enchantment and get them all to 1 HP. Since if one dies, the others get enhanced. They work the same way as the Furies from East and Felgana. This way you can finally kill them one after each other when enraged and beat up Lorelei again. In the second phase, she mainly does a slam attack, so just dodge her shadow and wail on her again. The fight is basically, if you do it like this, the fight is super simple. If you don't do it like this, the flies have some nasty attacks, and especially one bite. They will basically bite you. You can't do anything except chuck potions, and it will deal a massive amount of damage. So, in my opinion, honestly, this is the best strategy. Chapter 8. The Dragons Fang. After Lorelei's defeat, she mentions that Galsis' heartbeat grows stronger each day and it will wake soon. But before passing on some knowledge, her words get muffled and she gets dragged into what seems like an abyss. Following this, 3 crystals appear that open up a portal, so we head in. Cowardice is not a woeful trait. That was their favorite phrase. One's own fear may betray you, but the most important thing is to not run away. By admitting one's own weakness, therein lies true strength. Still, after they had said such things, the veracity of those words held a much stronger impact than could be imagined. In such that way, they were quite the same as I. We find ourselves in Castle Strangerock. Destroy the barrier device. In the hallway, the priestess Lise reveals herself to be the first princess of the 14th dynasty in Xanadu's royal family, and that she is in fact the Black Bride. The memoirs that we have been reading are hers, her twin sister Florette, the second princess, except for two of those, I believe. I know I said that weird, but some of them are, you know, hers and some of them are her sisters. Since the barricade is lifted, she can finally reunite with her beloved, but she tells us that without the Dragon Slayer, we stand no chance, and she wishes to defeat us at the peak, for it to be as sweet as possible. Judging from the memoirs we have found, however, is she truly the big evil, or is there something else going on? Be that as it may, we head back to town to prepare for the final assault. Here in the church, we learn the truth of what transpired 500 years ago. Florette was chosen as the sacred maiden and prepared to keep the seal up with the help of the sages. However, her sister went ahead and broke the seal, unleashing the Dragon King and becoming the Black Bride in doing so. She did this with the help of the sage Lorelei, who got enticed by the demonic power offered. Liselot was cast out, and the sages along Florette went to battle her, but when going for the final blow on the Dragon King, the Black Bride did something to steal their time, turning them into the statues that we found throughout the game. The beast, however, should also be about to wake. Florette assumes that her sister is trying to usher in an age of darkness, but me personally, I never finished this game, right? But I honestly think that she did this because there was no Dragon Fang constellation at the time, and thus no hero during that time. But now, with the stars aligned and the nameless light, which is us, here, the dragon might be able to be put down permanently. But that's just my theory. She explained the second purpose being the entrusting of the sacred blade, and so we hand over the crowns, she performs the ritual, and we receive the Dragon Slayer. Outside, we talk to Charlotte, who is happy that we are fully alive again, but says that there's no more reason to keep fighting and endangering ourselves. But of course, we have a bigger purpose now, and she understands. We take the sword for a test ride, and it's finally time to head to Castle Strange Rock. I wanted to show off real quick that the portrait of Florette indeed changed, so now it's Florette instead of Lieselot. Arriving in Castle Strange Rocks will pick up the last memoir. All of the treasure in this room contains potions, so it's up to you whether you want to grab these or not. The map in here is very confusing. Basically, some rooms will show adjacent ones, but because the map is layered, it actually refers to above or below you. We find an elixir. In this room, make sure to light up all the torches and defeat the chimeras. And another shortcut is unlocked. Sixteenth day of the Hydra's moon, year 1217. This might be the last time I put my thoughts to paper here. It has already been 3 months since I left the castle. There were those who came and showed their support, all of us working together to meet our goals. A place for the Dragon King and his Black Bride. A demon's abode, Castle Strange Rock. We will be heading there after today. O sacred maidens who preceded me, I beg you, lend me your strength. So yeah, these are Florette's diaries that we've been reading. Except for like 2 or 1. Against this ogre fight, I found the freeze spell to be very effective. Make sure to not get hit by his ram attack, otherwise just keep attacking his backside. Another shortcut. And after activating the teleportation device, TP back to town to talk to Florette, and then go to the teleportation device and head west, and the block puzzle is now here. We head to the west room first, and after another short puzzle, we get Blaze free. Then we continue to the north. Clear out this room of goblins to spawn in the chest containing the key discus and a free tower shield. Nice. So now prepare some more if you wish, and then head back to the discus door. We head off the beaten path first to receive the Phoenix Feather of Legends. In this room, there are hidden tiles, so equip your monocle to avoid them to receive the Blood Lotus. Let's head back to town and talk to the item merchant who has a family recipe and turns it into the Phoenix remedy. This box puzzle rewards us with the penultimate garden Selbest. He improves your worn gear. This undefeated champion was buried without fanfare by his jealous and neglected wife, but his passion for fighting was so renowned that a holy knight held a funeral in his honor. His spirit lingers on as an embodiment of his dedication to the craft. We pick up lightning level 2 before yet another box puzzle. Another box... I can't speak, man. Another puzzle for the Murasame blade. A bit further ahead, we get ambushed by 2 liches, so make use of Frost. Head to the west first for freezing level 2 and make sure not to drop down. Defeat the enemies here, break the wall for some gold, go back up, use your Pegasus boot to receive the Berserker, a new weapon. Also, I did this way later, but I'm gonna include it here. You can receive the last Guardian from Agni, so I'll show that right here. So clean up all the enemies below, and then head to the top, give Agnes the Phoenix Potion, and she will cry and tell us that she can finally save her father. I'm assuming that that was her true purpose for doing all of this. We refuse the money, and instead she gives us the card she mentioned at the start of the game. Bella Freude. When nobody is home and you hear the toll of a bell, it might be the work of this girlish spirit who often resides in old houses. Her presence is considered to be good fortune. This one gives more stat points when leveling up, so if you want to make use of the leveling down feature and level with this card equipped to become way stronger than before. Another shortcut, this time to the teleporter. I wasted my onyx, but it is what it is. For now, let's head back and grab some stuff. In this room, kill the 3 lizards, leave, go back in but with your monocle equipped. This room contains the death spell and Warp Blade, but that's it for now. Another shortcut. We pick up another elixir. Back into the big room and go south without your fancy boots. Dropping down here gives us another disk key, so it's time to head all the way back up and activate the mechanism. This extends the bridge and we can continue to the top. We get a short scene where the 7 sages arrive and spasm out owing to 144 Hz monitors and get put out of commission immediately. If you wish, you can head back to the entrance of the castle for an optional dungeon, but for the sake of this video, I'm not going in there. Finale. The last lone night. Okay, it's time for the final boss, the Dragon King Galces himself. Gameplay-wise, he has two phases. Phase 1 starts with him spawning some ads, use the death spell to defeat them, or just hit them, it doesn't really matter, and focus on dodging attacks. After the minions are dealt with, he will bombard the arena with lasers, just run in circles or run up and down, it doesn't really matter. After he lands, he has a couple of attacks, but honestly, just wait behind the pillars until the purple orbs float above him, attack his legs until he falls down, and then Dragon Slayer his head twice. Repeat this 2 to 3 times depending on if you get a crit, and phase 2 starts. In this phase, just dodge until the lasers focus you. Don't get hit by them, that's like almost immediate death, and also the only time you can attack his belly. So dodge, get in 2 Dragon Slayer specs, and get out. Repeat that until he falls. Okay, so here's the end. We learned that Lieselot did in fact seal the Dragon King within herself. When her sister and the sages fought the dragon, she wasn't strong enough to fully seal the dragon, so instead she did the next best thing, using her magic and the opportunity that the others created to freeze her sister and the sages alongside the Dragon King in time. However, this is an impermanent seal. Since Florette wasn't chosen by the Sacred Sword, she wouldn't have been able to defeat the dragon anyways. But as fate wills it, the Nameless Knight arrives at her sanctum 500 years later, coinciding with the time roughly where these sages woke up. But since she merged with the dragon, in order to fully slay him, we have to take her life as well and seal her with the and perform the sealing ritual. So we talk to her one last time, and the game makes us press the attack button one last time. Her sister promises to stay with her eternally as well though, and turns into the mythical White Phoenix to keep everlasting watch, and with that, Xanadu Next comes to an end. So thank you very much for watching, I hope you enjoyed, and I will talk to you on the next adventure. Bye bye.